Hello, welcome everybody. I'm Tom Haynes. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. First on Fox 5 News at noon, President Obama is on his way to Atlanta to speak with students at Georgia Tech.
He is expected to discuss his initiatives to make a quality college education more affordable and make it easier for Americans to repay student loans.
Air Force One is expected to touch down in just about 15 minutes now.
And we have team coverage of the president's visit. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
But we begin with Fox 5 Deidre Dukes on Georgia Tech's campus, where the excitement is starting to build. Deidre, it's not often that you get a presidential visit.
And people began arriving early. The lines were formed around the block when we arrived here, with students, staff, and dignitaries gathering here in anticipation of the president's scheduled 1:30 appearance. Now, the president his office did release some remarks before he arrived here. In support of a student bill of rights. Its purpose is to provide clarity and affordability for student loan borrowers by ordering the Department of Education and other federal agencies to work together to do more to help borrowers afford monthly loan payments. And the president wants the Education Department to create a new website that will offer students and borrowers a simple and straightforward way to file complaints and to provide feedback about federal student loan lenders, servicers, collection agencies, colleges, and universities. Now, officials say they are creating a centralized process for repaying loans, making it easier to repay loans, and students we spoke with, they really welcome that news.
In general, they do think it makes college more affordable because, I don't know, college is too expensive. I feel like people graduate and have like $30K in debt, and that's just kind of ridiculous.
And I have a lot of in-state friends who have the Hope Scholarship, things like that, and, you know, in order to keep that, you know, keeping the GPAs, and I'm working really hard to do that, and I'm an out-of-state student, so I know the loans are really crazy, so it's really important that I'm able to afford it and not have a crazy debt after graduation.
And the president is scheduled to appear here in about 90 minutes to make his remarks here before this huge crowd. Folks still filing in here, very excited to hear the president speak. Of course, we will be providing live coverage via our Fox 5 YouTube channel, some live streaming from here this afternoon. It's just the latest here from Georgia Tech. I'm Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Deidre. Stay with Fox 5 as we await President Obama's arrival at Hartsfield-Jackson. You see Mayor Kasim Reed anxiously awaiting his visit. The president's scheduled to touch down in about 15 minutes. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor will join us live when he does, when Air Force One touches down, and we will, of course, bring that to you live and have the latest for you.
All right, let's switch gears now. The president landing.
And a good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on Fox 5 Live. You're looking at a live picture of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We're on the runway there on the tarmac where we expect President Obama's plane to be arriving here within the next 10 minutes about right now is when we expect the arrival to happen. So we will certainly bring that to you live from the ground, as well as another camera that we have placed there at Hartsfield-Jackson. And then he's going to expect it to navigate, of course, from the airport through downtown to the Georgia Tech campus, where we have other cameras standing by to be able to stream his speech and presentation to you today. So throughout his journey, his arrival and his journey, and certainly the speech, we will bring that to you here live as it happens on Fox 5 Live. But for now, we leave you with this image from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Stay with us. Thank you for joining us for this live coverage on Fox 5 Live. As you can see here, the President's plane, Air Force One, is now making its approach here into Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We do have cameras on the ground as well as watching the flight come in right now. We'll be joining our ground crews here momentarily, and then following the President along with his travels through downtown to Georgia Tech this afternoon. But certainly right now we can see Air Force One making its way on the ground here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. You're watching live streaming coverage on Fox 5 Live.
Doing 4.
Air Force One safely on the ground as the president has arrived here in Atlanta. From here, his motorcade will take him through downtown Atlanta all the way to the Georgia Tech campus. We'll stay with this picture until the president steps off the plane, where he is expected to meet with a few dignitaries here shortly. We saw Mayor Kasim Reed there just a few moments ago waiting on the tarmac for his arrival. So certainly as the president steps off there and meets with those dignitaries, we will bring you those pictures as well. So we will follow Air Force One here as it continues its journey around the tarmac. You're watching live streaming coverage from Fox 5 Live.
Air Force One coming in right now here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. What an awesome sight. Take a look. Lots of anticipation here. There are about 50 people who are here who actually get or hope to shake hands or somehow meet or at least be in the midst of the president. President Barack Obama has a very extensive schedule today here in Atlanta. He has lots of meetings, some public, some private, that he will be making. Lots of people, though, very anxious to hear from him today. You mentioned he will be talking about education over at Georgia Tech. And, of course, we've seen the pictures, hundreds of students who stood in line just to get a ticket to hear from him today. And, of course, what he will be talking about is that Student Aid Bill of Rights, and that is a bill aimed at helping those who borrow money for college to get those loans repaid. Now, lots of the people who are here at the airport got here for special and different reasons. I talked to one family, a family of 4. The husband was actually a pilot with Delta. He brought his wife out and his 2 kids. In fact, I've seen lots of children out here who are skipping school today, hoping to get a glimpse of the president. And of course, everybody just extremely, extremely excited. Now, in addition to the Georgia Tech appearance, the president will be at a downtown Atlanta hotel, a fundraiser at that stop for the Democratic National Committee. The motorcade will be all over Atlanta today, so if you are traveling in the downtown area or near Georgia Tech, it might very well affect traffic. You probably want to stay tuned to Fox 5 to know exactly which way to go there. Now, here to greet the president today, we have a lot of the usuals. Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed is here, as well as Fulton County Commission Chair John Eves. We also have with us this afternoon Congressman David Scott. The 3 of them will greet the president the moment he steps off, and you can see the presidential motorcade. Lots of security here, as you can imagine, Secret Service, members of the Air Force. And so everyone is anticipating the president stepping off of this plane. Lisa and Tom.
You're listening just a few moments ago to Fox 5's Angelique Proctor, who is there on the ground on the tarmac. We'll join her again in just a few moments, but we continue our streaming coverage here on Fox 5 Live. You can see the plane door now opening, and the walkway now approaching the side of Air Force One. It's a very swift arrival and a very swift process, of course, as the president steps onto the tarmac here in just a few moments to speak with several dignitaries, among those Atlanta's Mayor Kasim Reed, who will be meeting with folks here, who will be meeting with the President and several other dignitaries that are on the ground right now. From here, the President will travel through downtown, and we'll track his progress for you as he makes his way to the Georgia Tech campus, where we also have live streaming cameras waiting to capture more of his speech and his visit there to the Georgia Tech campus. So we will leave you continuing coverage right now with the sights and sounds there on the tarmac as the President arrives in Atlanta. We can see here from an overhead camera as well that the motorcade is now approaching the side of the plane there, where the President will join the motorcade here shortly.
Tom. Yes, Lisa, I just heard Tom mentioning Governor Nathan Deal. I did speak with his people this morning, and they tell me that the governor will be over at the president's speech at Georgia Tech. He will also meet with him privately today. I asked them what they will be discussing, and the governor's office said that the governor wants to thank the president for his support of the Savannah port, and he is also looking for additional funding for that long-term project. And so that is one of the things that they will be discussing today in that private meeting between the governor and the president. They will also talk about criminal justice reform. Apparently Governor Deal is involved in a criminal justice reform situation that the president was very pleased with and mentioned in his speech just last week. So they will also be discussing that. So that's you know, as you mentioned, a sort of new alliance, if you will, the president and the governor, because, as you mentioned, his trip back in September, the governor was not here to greet, but today will actually not only support him at Georgia Tech, but meet with him privately.
And there,
and there he is, Tom. Take a look. And there's Congressman Hank Johnson with him as well. And the two of them coming down the steps right now. The President of the United States arriving in Atlanta, I should mention, a few minutes early. And of course, now he will immediately shake hands. We might not be able to get a glimpse of that. There's a hug there with the mayor and shaking hands with Fulton County Commission Chair John Eves, as well as Congressman David Scott.
You're listening to Fox 5's Angelique Proctor, who is there on the tarmac right now as President Obama arrives here in Atlanta. From here, his motorcade will be taking him through, we can imagine, downtown in the area of the connector as he moves towards the Georgia Tech campus. President now approaching a few more of the people that have gathered there. As we mentioned, several dignitaries were going to be gathering there on the tarmac to shake hands and greet the president as he arrives here today as well. So we will watch as he kind of moves down that line and greets several of the dignitaries that have gathered here at the airport as well. As you can see, they're a busy platform of news media and press helping to bring you coverage of the president's visit today. Lots of camera phones and Instagram pictures for sure being taken as well today, as this is an incredible opportunity you can see for a crowd gathered there on the tarmac at the airport. You're watching live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live. Our earlier coverage showed us that certainly people have been lining up for hours, not only at Georgia Tech, but also here at the airport to have the opportunity that you see taking place on your screen right there. Just that moment to be able to have an up-close and personal photo or even a handshake with the President of the United States. President Obama appears to be taking his time, making sure that he shakes as many hands as possible as he moves through the crowd that is gathered there. This again is happening live on the tarmac there at Hartsfield-Jackson.
Coming your way.
President now in his presidential limo, where this will begin the motorcade through downtown. And any moment now we expect the presidential motorcade to begin their journey through downtown. So certainly if you are streaming us at the office about to head to lunch, maybe through downtown, you might want to head out now. If you can even still navigate through downtown, it's certainly going to be interesting with traffic as we progress through the downtown area. With this motorcade here expected to leave shortly on its way to Georgia Tech. As you can see there, the presidential motorcade is getting ready to depart Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Thank you.
So there you see the majority of the president's motorcade departing the tarmac area there of Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. You can see them, the police motorcycles in the top kind of middle of your screen there as we take a look overhead now at one of our cameras that is stationed there at the airport. So from here he begins his journey through downtown, and we will join you with cameras from Georgia Tech here momentarily. You're watching live streaming coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live. As the motorcade moves through, this will be the next stop. You're looking live at the Georgia Tech campus where the podium is set, the stage is set for the president to speak here within the hour. So we will bring that to you live as it happens, his arrival and certainly the speech as well, right here on Fox 5 Live. Good afternoon once again, and thank you for joining us on Fox 5 Live. You're looking at a live picture from the Georgia Tech campus where in less than about 30 minutes from now, certainly we expect the president to arrive there on the campus and shortly after that begin his speech and presentation here at Georgia Tech, which we will carry live for you here on the Fox 5 live stream. We saw the president land just a few moments ago at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport and is now beginning his journey through the downtown connector on his way here to the Georgia Tech campus. Certainly a packed house. We understand from our reporters were telling us earlier that folks started lining up very early this morning, some as early as midnight, to kind of get in and find their best seat. We do have a full crew there as well. We have you covered on social media as well as right here on Fox 5 Live and on Fox 5 TV. So certainly stay with us here as we continue our coverage throughout the day. You're watching live streaming coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live. Go ahead and leave the band kind of playing there in the background, and we welcome all of you who are joining us from around the nation right now. So we welcome President Barack Obama here in Atlanta. We're taking you live to the Georgia Tech campus right now, where you can see that the crowd is fired up, the band is fired up, the music fired up as well, as we expect the president to take the stage in just about 30 minutes from now. The president arrived just about 15 minutes ago now at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport here in Atlanta. He's navigating his way through what are some busy streets here in Atlanta this time of day, and really any time of day, but certainly it's going to be very busy today. Not only the midday hour, but also throughout this afternoon when he is going to be departing here. But right now we have the crowd fired up. They started lining up here to get into the arena at about midnight, so we have plenty of folks that have certainly invested some time in making sure they get a chance to see the president today and hear what he has to say. On the presentation that you see there, Middle Class Economics, we're going to be talking about student loans. He's expected to be talking about student loan repayment as well, some of the bullet points that we've learned that he's going to be discussing today. Meanwhile, on the tarmac there at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, there, of course, is Air Force One touching down again just about 30 minutes ago now at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. So they're doing the maintenance there, making sure that it's ready for its next flight as the president departs later tonight. 2 stops that we know of today. Not only here at Georgia Tech, but also a Democratic fundraiser that he's expected to be attending later this afternoon as well. But here's the picture that will certainly be the focus for the next hour or so, as the president is expected to speak right there front and center on the podium. You see on your screen addressing the student body there and some of the students at Georgia Tech about certainly a topic that's near and dear to them, and that has to do with student loan repayment and student loan debt here in America. You'll see it all here as it happens. You're watching live streaming coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live.
Keep on pushing. Keep on pushing. I've got to keep on pushing. I can't stop now. Move up a little higher. Some way or somehow. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Keep on pushing. Now maybe someday I'll reach that higher goal. I know I can make it with just a little bit of soul. 'Cause I've got my strength, and it don't make sense not to keep on pushing. Now look a look, look a look, a look yonder. What's that I see? A great big stone wall stands there ahead of me. But I've got my pride, and I move them on the side and keep on pushing.
Grandpa Campbell would sit upon his front porch, and I'd be right there just sitting on his knee. He'd tell stories of love and feast and famine, and I'd hang on to every word that he would breathe. He'd say, boy, as you walk through this life, here's a little wisdom that'll help you get by. You gotta live and learn, you gotta crash and burn, you gotta make some stances and take some chances. You gotta live and love and take all life has to give. You gotta live and learn so you can learn to live. I left home and I went to Carolina. I then set off just to see what I could see. I did something that I wasn't really proud of. Sometimes life just got the best of me. But I'd always think back to those days, and I know what Grandpa Campbell would say. He'd say, you gotta live and learn, you gotta crash and burn, you gotta make some stances and take some chances. You gotta laugh and love and take all life has to give. You gotta live and learn to learn to live. After years of running around and searching, I found me a woman who loves me just for me. All those mistakes I thought that I was making led me right here to you sitting on my knee. Son, as you walk through this life, here's a little wisdom that'll help you get by. You gotta live and learn, you gotta crash and burn, you gotta make some stances, you gotta take some chances, you gotta laugh and love and take all life has to give. You gotta live and learn, you gotta live and learn, so you can learn to live.
Well, things can be broken down in this world of ours. You don't have to be a famous person just to make a mark. A mother can be an inspiration to a little son and change his thoughts, his mind, his life, just with a gentle so different, yeah, so the same. Two sisters only have their parents to blame. It's really two can get along, but when they do, they're inseparable. Such a blessing comes to feel. Yeah, the sky is full of clouds and my world's full of people. You got the different kinds with different ways. It would take a lifetime to explain, and I won't say is she two different people with two separate lives, and you put the two together, you get a spectacular surprise, because one can teach the other one what she doesn't know, and still the other feels a place inside he never knew had room to grow. The sky is full of clouds and my world's full of people. You got the different kinds with different ways. It would take a lifetime to explain, and I won't say, hey. Oh, yeah. which I live today of animals and plants and nature's gifts set on display. But the most amazing thing that I've seen in my time are all the different people and all their different minds, and different ways. I'm not you, doing all you can, making my dreams come true. You're strong and you're smart, you've taken my heart, and I give you the rest of me too. You're the perfect man for me. I love you, I do. I love you. Never felt quite like this. Good about myself from my very first kiss. I'm here when you call. You've got it all, and confidence like I never knew. You're the perfect man for me. I love you, I do. You've got the charm, you simply disarm me every time. As long as you drive, I'm along for the ride your way. You said it before, there won't be a door that's closed to us. Putting all my trust in you, 'cause you'll always be true. I never could have known this would be all you and you alone, yeah. All for me. I know you're the best. You passed every test. It's almost too good to be true. You're the perfect man for me. I love you, I do. You're the perfect man for me. I love you, I do. All the lonely people crying. It could change if we just get started. Lift the darkness, light a fire for the silent and the broken hearted. Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up, you girls and boys? Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up and use your voice? There's a comfort, there's a healing high above the pain and sorrow. Change is coming, can you feel it? Calling us into a new tomorrow. Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up?
you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up, you girls and boys? Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up and use your voice? Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up, you girls and boys? Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up and use your voice? Won't you stand up? Won't you stand up, stand up, stand up? Won't you stand up and use your voice? Give me one more chance and you'll be satisfied. Give me two more chances, you won't be denied. When my heart is where it's always been, my head is somewhere in between. Give me one more chance, let me be a lover tonight. You're the real thing. You're the real thing. You're the real thing. Even better than the real thing. Give me one last chance, and I'm gonna make you sing. Give me half a chance to ride on the waves that you bring. Your heart reach out to a swarm of bees, gonna blow right through you like a breeze. Give me one last dance, we slide down the surface of things. You're the real thing. Yeah, the real thing. You're the real thing. Even better than the real thing. Yeah.
Thank you for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live, and a good afternoon to you. We have a couple hundred of you watching from around the United States right now, and certainly right here in Atlanta. So hop on the chat window there on the YouTube page and let us know where you're watching from today. We certainly welcome you along with us. You're looking at a live picture right now from Georgia Tech. This is the campus, the podium front and center, where in just a few moments the president will be delivering an address there for the students at Georgia Tech. Some of the talking points that we have heard today will include certainly his middle-class economics that you can see there on the screen, but also specifically talking about student loans and student loan payback, and certainly the debt that most students are shouldering nowadays, and making student loans more affordable and making college in general more affordable across the country. So you'll hear him speak a little bit about that today as well as we continue this live stream here. By the way, over on the tarmac at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, there is Air Force One. We saw it land just about an hour ago now, so there it remains on the tarmac waiting him to hop back on when he has completed his speech here today. The president traveled through the downtown connector on his way to Georgia Tech. He'll have another stop today as well. In addition to the speech and the presentation today at Tech, he is going to be attending a Democratic fundraiser downtown as well. So he has a couple of items on his agenda as he makes the trip here to Atlanta today. But this is his main stop right here at the campus. We've had students lining up since midnight to get a seat, to get inside and get a glimpse of the president, to hear what he has to say and not to miss what many of them are calling a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the president and hear him speak here in Atlanta at a great facility there on the Georgia Tech campus. So we will stay with this picture and we will bring you the speech in its entirety. You're watching live streaming coverage of the president's visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live.
Everybody's in the lane, and don't you know it's a beautiful new day. Hey, running down the avenue, see how the sun shines brightly in the city. On the streets where once was painted Mr. Blue, sky is living in the day. Hey, oh, Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Mr. Blue Sky, please tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Tell us why you had to hide away for so long. Where did we go wrong? Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Hey there, Mr. Blue, it's a place to be with you. Look around, see what you do. Everybody smiles at you. Mr. Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky, Mr. Blue Sky. Mr. Blue, you get it right, but soon comes Mr. Night, creeping over. Now his hand is on your shoulder. Never
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live as we are stationed, ready for the president to make his appearance inside the pavilion there at Georgia Tech. In just a few moments, we do expect him to appear. You saw some of the Secret Service members kind of checking out the area there just a moment ago. That is the entrance where we expect him to come through here in just a few moments. We imagine somebody else will probably speak first. He'll have a couple of introductions there from some of the dignitaries and leadership there at Georgia Tech. And then certainly the president will take the stage anytime now. We do expect the program to start here shortly. They've been lining up since about midnight to get their chance to see the president. And we have about 7,000 in the arena at this time waiting for him to begin. And we'll stream it live here for you on Fox 5 Live. Stay with us.
baby girl sleeping in my bedroom and her mama laughing in my arms. There's the sound of rain on the rooftop and the game's about to start. I don't really know how I got here, but I'm so glad that I did. And it's crazy to think that one little thing could have changed all of this. Maybe it didn't turn out like I planned. Maybe that's why I'm such a lucky man. For every stoplight I didn't make, every chance I did or I didn't take, all the nights I like the girl that I loved in high school, who said she could do better, or the college I wanted to go to till I got that letter. All the fights and the tears and the heartache I thought I'd never get through, and the moment I almost gave up all led me here to you. I didn't understand it way back when, but sitting here right now, it all makes perfect sense. Every stoplight I didn't make, every chance I did or I didn't take, all the nights I went too far, all the girls that broke my heart, all the doors that I had to close, all the things I knew but I didn't know. Thank God for all I missed, 'cause it led me to this. My mama passed away, and now I got an angel looking out for me today. So nothing's a mistake. Every stoplight I didn't make, every chance I did or I didn't take, all the nights I went too far, all the girls that broke my heart, all the doors that I had to close, everything I knew but I didn't know. Thank God for
been going my way, you know I need you here to clear my mind all the time. And baby, the way you move me, it's crazy. It's like you see right through me and make it easier. Believe me, you don't even have to try. Oh, because you are the best thing. You are the best thing. You are the best thing ever happened to me.
that you believe me when I say this love will never fade away. Oh, because you are the best thing. You are the best thing. You are the best thing ever happened to me. Both of us have known love before. Come on, no promising like the spring to walk on out the door. Our hearts are strong and our hearts are kind. Let me tell you just exactly what's on my mind. You are the best thing. You are the best thing. You are the best thing ever happened to me. You are the best thing. You are the best thing. You are the best thing ever happened to me. Well, there's nothing you can do. Well, there's nothing you can say. 'Cause everything just ain't gonna go your way. If you're feeling kinda strange and you wanna lay it down, and it's hard for you to keep your feet on solid ground, you gotta keep on. You just gotta keep on. Oh yeah. Keep marching on. Keep marching on. Keep on. Keep marching. When a poor girl shines and a rich girl cries, and the clown is wearing no makeup, you got to get up and run. You got to get up and stride. You got to put on your pride into making it. You gotta keep on. Keep marching. Oh, we gotta keep on. Come on now. Keep marching. Keep on marching now. Keep marching on. We gotta keep on. Keep on. Keep marching. We gotta, oh yeah, come on now. Oh yeah, keep marching. Keep on marching, yeah. Keep on. Keep marching. Keep marching. Keep marching. Keep marching. We gotta keep on. You gotta keep on. That's all we gotta do today is keep on marching. Don't let nobody tell you no different. Oh no. Keep on marching.
her stretching out below. Land, blessed motherland, the place where I was born. Scars, yeah, she's got her scars. Sometimes it starts to worry me, 'cause lose, I don't wanna lose sight of who we are. From the mountains high to the wave-crashed coast, there's a way to find better days, I know. It's been a long, hard ride, got a ways to go, but this is still the place that we all call home. Free, nothing feels like free, though it sometimes means we don't get along. 'Cause same, no, we're not the same, but that's what makes us strong. From the mountains high to the wave-crashed coast, there's a way to find better days, I know. It's been a long, hard ride, got a ways to go, but this is still the place that we all call home. Brave, gotta call it brave to chase that dream across the sea. Names, then they sign their names for something they believe. Red, how the blood ran red, we laid our dead in sacred ground. Just think, wonder what they'd think if they could see us now. It's been a long, hard ride, got a ways to go, but this is still the place that we all call home. It's been a long, hard.
Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the President of the United States, please welcome Tiffany Davis.
Good afternoon, Georgia Tech and the Atlanta community. My name is Tiffany Davis, and I'm a third-year aerospace engineering student. And like many other techies, I stay up really late at night trying to complete my assignments. So at 3 a.m., late one night, or rather early one morning, I decided to take a study break by writing President Obama about a topic of great concern to me, which is college affordability. To my surprise and great excitement, I received a letter of response from President Obama in February. In his response letter, he spoke of how he and First Lady Michelle also struggled meeting all the costs of college. He went on to express his concern for college affordability for the nation. The part of his letter that resonated most with me was, and I quote, "I'm working to make college more affordable, so every American, including future rocket scientists like you, can achieve their dreams without worrying about their loans." And now at this time, today on March 10th, at our great institute, to President Peterson and Mrs. Peterson, to the faculty and to the staff, to the alumni, and to our wonderful student body that is gathered here today, I have the honor and the pleasure of introducing President Barack Obama.
Hello, Atlanta! Hello, Yellow Jackets! That's a pretty good looking crowd here. Thank you. I wasn't directing it specifically at you, but you do look pretty good. What do you think? I mean, I may not be the best gauge. Should ask some of the ladies here. Everybody have a seat who's got a chair. If you don't have a chair, don't sit down. Now, I understand George P. Burdell was supposed to introduce me today, but nobody could find him. So I want to thank Tiffany for stepping in. What she did not mention is that her letter to me was not just to express her concern about student loans. She said in her letter, she said, it was also to procrastinate from doing her thermodynamics homework. That's a true story. That is true. It's okay. I procrastinate sometimes. As long as you got it done, Tiffany. Where's Tiffany? Did you get it done? Okay. Let's give it up for Buzz and the Georgia Tech band for getting us fired up. Hey. Also give it up for Governor Nathan Deal, who's here. Congressman Hank Johnson and David Scott. Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed. And the president of this great institution, Georgia Tech, Bud Peterson. Hey. That's good. You've got a high approval rating. You do. Absolutely. We also have a special guest with us. This is a proud Georgia Tech alum who just happens also to be the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Admiral Sandy Winnefeld is here. Where's Sandy? There he is. Before he was the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he was a Navy fighter pilot, which is cooler. Now he just goes to meetings. What's up with that? I told him he's got to get back on a plane. It is great to be at one of the finest technical institutes in the world. One of the finest in the world. I mean, you've got to be if the Ramblin' Wreck is still running after all these years. Is that it? That's a Georgia Tech reference that some of you may not have gotten. I also know that Georgia Tech is terrific because we've actually worked with you on several fronts, from promoting advanced manufacturing to unlocking the mysteries of the brain to helping more students become entrepreneurs. And the reason I want to come here today is because I believe that higher education, as you believe, is one of the best investments that anybody can make in their future. And it's also one of the best investments you can make in our country's future. So I'm here to say thank you and to tell you I'm proud of you because I know that, it's not always easy to do what you're doing. It takes perseverance, a lot of late nights in the library, in the lab, and you're wrapping your minds around complex formulas and concepts that, frankly, I don't understand, but I know they're complex. And some of you are holding jobs down at the same time, which makes it even harder. But as frustrating as it may be, and Tiffany expressed some frustrations on occasion, it is worth it. Higher education has never been more important. And the message I want to deliver today, not just to you, but to the entire country, is the entire nation has to treat it as a priority. Right now, our economy's growing steadily. It's creating new jobs. You're going to be going into a job market that's much better than the one that existed when I came into office 6 years ago. After the worst economic crisis of our lifetimes, over the past 5 years, our businesses have now created 12 million new jobs. Unemployment continues to come down, and obviously that's good news for those of you who are graduating soon. But, yeah, that's right, you want a job. Okay. Your parents also want you to have a job. They don't want you on the couch. But I didn't run for president just to get us back to where we were. I ran for president to get us to where we need to go. And where we need to go is a growing middle class with rising incomes and opportunities for everybody who's willing to work hard. An America where no matter who you are, what you look like, where you came from, how you started, who you love, what faith you're a part of, you can make it in this country if you try. That's what America's all about. And today, a college degree is the surest ticket to the middle class and beyond. It's the key to getting a good job that pays a good income. And it offers a measure of security because a college degree tells employers that you don't just have one set of skills, that you've got the continuous capacity to learn new skills, which is going to be particularly important for your generation because the economy is going to churn and change in ways that none of us can even anticipate. Before we came out here, I was talking to a group of, including Sandy Winnefeld and your mayor, Kasim Reed, and Tyler Perry, buddy who's he wasn't in Medea, he was Tyler. And we were talking about how rapidly the technology is transforming everything we understand, everything we know. Everything from drones to artificial intelligence to driverless cars. And we don't yet know how all that is going to shape the nation that you inherit, but we know it's going to shape it dramatically. And in order for you to be able to be successful, you're going to have to adapt continuously. The days where you work at one place for 30, 40 years, those days are over. And so the skill sets you are getting now are going to keep you in that job market. You're going to have multiple jobs before you're 30. Some of you will have multiple careers. And we live in a 21st century economy where your most valuable asset is your imagination, your knowledge, your ability to analyze tough problems. And that's not just true for individual Americans, it's true for our whole country. The ability to compete in the global economy depends on us having the world's most skilled, best educated workforce. And by the way, let me just add, it's also going to be critical for us to maintain our democracy in a complex, diverse society. Because understandably, when I come to college campuses, there's a lot of just bread and butter, nuts and bolts. How does this translate into jobs, careers? But part of what has made America the exceptional nation that it is our diversity and our ability to draw from every corner of the world, all the talent, all the ideas, and create this amazing stew. And the more complex the society, the tougher that becomes. And so to have all of you possess the ability to listen and to learn from people who aren't like you, that's also what you're learning here. And that's going to make you more effective to every employer out there. So, but it's going to make you better citizens. And it's going to make our democracy function better. But back to the jobs thing. Jobs and businesses will go wherever the best workers are. And I don't want them to have to look any further than the United States of America. I want businesses investing here. I want Americans getting those new jobs. That's how we're going to lead the world in this century, just like we did in the 20th century. So here's the challenge. Higher education's never been more important, but it's also never been more expensive. The average undergrad who borrows money to pay for college graduates with about $28,000 in student loan debt. That's just the average. Some students end up with a lot more than that. You know who you are. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. And let me say that it's been established time and time again that Georgia Tech is one of the best bargains around. You are getting a great education for great value. So, which is one of the reasons I'm here. Obviously, I wouldn't go to a place that was a bad bargain and really expensive and gave no value. That would not make sense. But even here at Georgia Tech, even with the great value it is, it's expensive. And I'm here to tell you, I'm with you. I believe that America's not a place where higher education is a privilege that is reserved for the few. America needs to be a place where higher education has to be available for every single person who's willing to strive for it, who's willing to work for it. And I've said this before, I take this personally. And my grandfather had a chance to go to college because this country decided that when veterans returned home from World War II, they should be able to go to college. And this government stepped up. My mother was able to raise 2 kids by herself, in part because she got grants that helped pay for her education. And I'm only standing here. Michelle's only where she is today because of scholarships and student loans and work study. We did not come from families of means. We didn't come from families of means, but we knew that if we worked hard, there was help out there to make sure we got a great education. That's what this country gave to us. And that's why this has been such a priority for me. I take it personally, because when I look out at all of you, I see myself. And I remember the fact that it took me 10 years to pay off all our student loans. We were paying more for our student loans than our mortgage. Even after Malia and Sasha were born, we were supposed to be saving for their college education. We were still paying off ours. And that's why we've acted again and again to make college more affordable. 5 years ago this month, we enacted the largest reforms to the student loan program in history. We cut out the big banks that were taking taxpayer dollars and serving as middlemen in the student loan game. And we said, well, let's just give the money directly to the students, like you. So we saved, as a result of that change, we saved billions of dollars. We were able to expand tax credits and Pell Grants and put college within reach for millions more middle class and low income students across the country. Then we fought to keep interest rates on student loans low and capped how high those rates can rise. And as a result, the typical undergrad is saving about $1,500. We also acted to let millions of graduates cap their loan payments at 10% of their incomes, so they don't have to choose between paying the rent and paying back their debt. And by the way, everybody here, if you don't already know about the income-based repayment program, you need to learn about it. Because it's still underutilized, but it gives you an opportunity to make sure that if you make a career choice that doesn't make tons of money, you're still able to do the responsible thing and pay back your loans at a pace that also allows you to build a family and buy a home and live your lives. And graduates who go into lower paying fields like social work or teaching, they're not going to pay a price for following their dreams because they're going to have even better options in terms of how they live their lives. So that's what we did on the student loan side. Meanwhile, we're working to hold down the cost of a college education. So we're partnering with schools like Georgia Tech on innovative ways to increase value, like your online master's program in computer science, which costs just a fraction of the price of an in-classroom program. And I sent Congress a bold new plan to bring down the cost of community college to zero, because not everybody may be prepared right away to start a four-year university, but also in some cases, even if they could, they may choose to get 2 years of college free and then be able to transfer the credits for their four-year education. We want to make community college at minimum just as free and universal as high school is today. That should be our new baseline. We want to get out ahead of the curve in terms of where we need to go. Earlier today, I took a new action to make it easier for students to pay for college and pay off their loans. We're creating a way for you to ask questions about your loans, file a complaint, cut through the bureaucracy, get a faster response. That's not just from the government, that's also from the contractors who sometimes service your loans. We're going to require that the businesses that service your loans provide clear information about how much you owe, what your options are for repaying it, and if you're falling behind, help you get back in good standing with reasonable fees on a reasonable timeline. And if you're paying stuff off, you should be paying off the high interest loans first, not the low interest ones. We're going to take a hard look at whether we need new laws to strengthen protections for all borrowers, wherever you get your loans from. So we're trying to tackle this problem from every angle. There's no silver bullet, but we're trying to make sure that across the board, more and more young people can afford to go to college, and then afterwards aren't so burdened with debt that you can't do anything else. We want to make this experience more affordable because you're not just investing in yourselves, you're investing in your nation. But here's the thing. We've got more to do. All of us, universities, students, parents, financial institutions, and yes, the government, to make sure that you're not saddled with debt before you even get started in life. That's something that's in all of our interest. Now, my friends, the Republicans in Congress, are planning to unveil their budget soon. I'm hoping they have something to offer that will help hardworking young people. So far, the education bill that they've put forward a couple weeks ago is not a good template. It's not a good start. I'm hoping it will improve. Because right now, the way it's structured, it would let states and cities shuffle education dollars into things like sports stadiums or tax cuts for the wealthy instead of schools. And it would allow states to make even deeper cuts into school districts that need the most support, send even more money to the most well-off school districts. We'd invest less per child by the end of the decade than we do now, so it's the wrong approach. We've got to be working to make sure every child gets a quality education. Every student can afford college. And so we're going to be reaching out to them, trying to get them to see this is a good investment in our economy. It's a good investment in our national security. You know, the way that you keep America safe, one of the best, most important ways is make sure we've got a strong economy with a strong workforce. And all of us have a role to play in making that happen. So in order to spur more of a conversation, to get more folks engaged, we're going to try something new to help do this. It's not a fancy new program. It doesn't have a complicated acronym. It doesn't involve new spending or bureaucracy. It's just a simple organizing principle that I want all of us to sign on to. A declaration of values, what I'm calling a student aid bill of rights, a student aid bill of rights. And it says every student deserves access to a quality, affordable education. Every student should be able to access the resources to pay for college. Every borrower has the right to an affordable repayment plan. Every borrower has the right to quality customer service, reliable information, and fair treatment, even if they struggle to repay their loans. It's a simple set of principles that if everybody signed on to, Republicans, Democrats, state legislators, university presidents, members of Congress, it can focus our attention, all these different things that we're doing, into one simple basic idea, which is make sure that when you're doing the right thing, that your society has got your back and is looking out for you. So based on this principle, we're going to make sure universities are using technology to help students learn at lower costs. We're going to make sure that loan servicers can find better ways to help borrowers keep up with monthly payments that they can afford. We as a country can do more to invest in Pell Grants and community college to make sure quality education is affordable for everybody. So we're going to just keep on moving on every front. And we want everybody who agrees with these principles to sit down and work with us and figure out how they can make these student rights real. And you've got a part to play as well. You know, we had the great honor of being at Selma this past weekend for the 50th anniversary of the March in Selma. And one of the main points I think that all of us made was change doesn't happen by itself. It happens because people get organized and mobilized and focused, and they push. And sometimes they disrupt, and they make folks uncomfortable, and they ask questions about why is it this way instead of that way. And I want us to think about access to higher education and affordability of higher education in that same way. I want us to all organize together, not on a partisan basis. It's not organizing around an election. It's organizing around a simple idea that everybody should be able to get behind. And you're going to have to play the part, because what we also made the point of this past weekend is young people typically lead the pack with new ideas, with new initiatives, with new focus, with a new vision. So, if you agree with the basic values that I outlined, if you believe in a student aid bill of rights that will help more Americans pay for a quality education, then sign your name to this declaration. You can go to a website, because you guys like tech stuff. You go to whitehouse.gov/college opportunity, whitehouse.gov/college opportunity. Tell your families and classmates and professors to do it. I'm going to ask members of Congress and lenders and as many business leaders as I can find to sign up. We're going to mobilize a coalition around this country to get this process moving, because there are a lot of good ideas right now, but they're stalled, or they're happening piecemeal, or they're happening in one university, or they're happening in one state, and they have to happen everywhere. And we've got to mobilize the entire nation to make that happen, and it's going to start with students themselves. Because if you aren't asking for something different, if you aren't asking for help, if you're not getting mobilized, then folks aren't going to help you. And then you'll just be complaining, especially once you graduate and you start having to write those checks. So don't stop engaging in this issue, even after you graduate, because you'll be still impacted by it. And in the meantime, you got to study hard and work hard and have fun, make some new discoveries, inspire us, lead us, be the Americans that we need you to be. Every American should have the right to go as far as their talents and hard work will take them. That is what college is all about. That is what America is all about. And you embody that basic notion. You are that talent. You're an embodiment of what we hope for. A country that says that everybody, rich, poor, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, gay, straight, man, woman, with disabilities, without, no matter who you are, where you come from, not only can you succeed, but you can help everybody else succeed. That's the promise that helped us become the greatest nation in the world. That's the promise that I need you working for. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Thank you,
You've been watching live streaming coverage of President Obama's speech there on the campus at Georgia Tech. And we understand that from here, the president does have a couple more stops while he's in town. One of those is going to be at a Democratic fundraiser at one of the hotels downtown, so he's going to be actually attending that a little bit later on this afternoon. We are going to continue to keep tabs on his journey throughout Atlanta. He's going to be departing here right in the middle of rush hour between 5 and 6. So you'll want to stay with Skyfox Traffic for the latest updates as we get you home and navigate you throughout the roadways this afternoon. We'll take you out to Hartsfield-Jackson real quick, and you can see that Air Force One still on the tarmac there waiting for the departure that will happen later this afternoon. But for now, the president's still there greeting folks on the Georgia Tech campus, where he'll be for just a little bit longer. We'll continue to track his journey, so stay with us, stream along with us. We appreciate the several hundred of you that are joining us right now on the live stream. We appreciate you joining us from around the country. You're watching live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live.
Provide for you, and I'll stand by your side. You'll need a good companion now for this part of the ride, and leave behind your sorrows. Well, let this day be the last. Well, tomorrow there'll be sunshine. fools carries kings, yeah. On a board, I said, this train, dreams will not be thwarted. This train, faith will be rewarded. This train, I'm still ready. This train, bells of freedom ring.
Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. If you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone.
Good afternoon once again, and thank you for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live from the here studios in Atlanta, where we are expecting a journey through downtown Atlanta as the president visits a couple of spots around town and then ends up today at a Democratic fundraiser in downtown. But we do know that he has several stops in between this point and there, so we're taking you right now to Ralph McGill Boulevard, where we do have some of the security crews, as you can see, kind of set up there. In the background, you can see patrol cars kind of scanning the streets and taking a look at what's going on, because we do know that he has a couple of stops while he's here in town today. So we have our cameras stationed around town. And this is one of those locations where we understand that the motorcade may be passing through. So that's where you're taking a look right now. Live coverage of the presidential visit here on Fox 5 Live. You're looking live now along Ralph McGill Boulevard in the heart of Atlanta. As we understand, the president's motorcade is on the move at this hour. We've seen deputies kind of lining the streets here in this area. We've seen some sweeps going on through there, as well as a crowd that is gathered outside Manuel's Tavern now. And that's where this camera is placed, and we will kind of follow the motorcade's progress as it moves through the city this afternoon and continue to track his journey along with you. We appreciate everybody that's streaming with us right now. And you're watching live streaming coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live. Thank you again for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live. We have some news now to report to you along Ralph McGill. That's where you can see the presidential motorcade is arriving outside of Manuel's Tavern. And you can see there is a crowd kind of assembled there along the streets as well. We saw some of the Secret Service agents rather, outside of there as well. Let's take a listen into the atmosphere and kind of listen to what's going on there on the scene. Again, this is the presidential motorcade arriving at Manuel's Tavern here in Atlanta. Imagine quite a historic event for this local landmark. Looks like the whole neighborhood has joined along the line there to catch a glimpse of the president going in for a brief visit. This is one of several stops that we have anticipated that he is going to be taking today, with the final stop being a Democratic fundraiser. But this is the president arriving now. Officials that have been accompanying the president today, making their way outside of the tavern as well. It's just kind of a quick visit inside the local landmark. The president stopping the motorcade real quick to visit with folks outside of Manuel's Tavern. Meanwhile, as the president is there in Manuel's Tavern, Air Force One sitting on the tarmac at Hartsfield-Jackson, awaiting departure later on this afternoon. The departure, by the way, going to happen right in the heart of rush hour. We anticipate between 5:30 and 6 tonight. So you're going to see some impact on the roadways. If you're streaming us along today at work here in Atlanta, you're going to want to make those travel arrangements. If you work in the midtown, downtown area, anywhere out near the airport, I want to consider trying to head out early because this is what you will encounter. But this is the scene right now, happening now outside of Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta as the presidential motorcade makes a stop at a local landmark. We'll keep a camera here as long as the motorcade is here. You're watching live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live. It's a look into the incredible amount of logistics it takes to get the president from one point to another, but here you can see kind of the tail end of the motorcade that is around the building there as they prepare to take the president to the next stop on his journey. But for now, he's enjoying a quick bite, shaking some hands at Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta.
So we think he's already left?
Yeah, well, he's already inside. Because his speech started at 1:30 at Georgia Tech. There's no way he would have been here and done. Yeah, it's only 3.
Maybe like 10 minutes in the back.
Where's in the back there?
There's probably, I saw like 15 cars that went back there that all looked pretty official service. Yeah.
Well, the entire press corps is what I think the job of like a huge entourage of press and security. Literally, just like one person.
He's a powerful guy. There's an army of people here.
I think many people consider him one of the most important people in our entire country of 3 million people. 300 million. Not a lot of people. Yeah. How cool would it be to be the waiter or waitress getting to bring in lunch?
It's pretty awesome.
I would like, if I wanted any job in the world, I would be a girl.
Yeah, did you grow up here? I did. So I grew up in the house right here in Seminole where I now live. So my dad moved back to Alabama. So we had to be a high school, which is amazing.
Oh, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It's a nice opportunity that I would never have otherwise.
Yeah, very cool.
Well, we've got to talk about piano. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, I got to figure that out.
Well, Miss Baldwin is going to look at her calendar and see. So I don't know that I told you, Miss Baldwin, I can send you the dates, or the days, but Mondays and Tuesdays work best for me.
Okay.
If you had anything either one of those days.
Tuesday would probably work. I'm shifting right now because I'm starting a farmer's market next week. So all my Wednesday kids are moving to Tuesdays, but some of them couldn't move to Tuesdays. So I think I have some openings Tuesdays. So I feel like we need to wait till next Tuesday and kind of see how it all fills out. See who shows up, who doesn't. Sure. See where that opening is. But Tuesdays would probably work.
Okay. Yeah, the summer
I'll just hang out and teach children music, and it's great. Perfect. My Monday should have changed too. Right now, right now I have someone from 6 to 6:30 on Monday.
Okay. And you just got out.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. That might be a possibility.
So we'll calm down and take
Drop that whole box. I need to check and see if you dropped it just for a month.
Okay. Okay.
Cool, there's a microphone.
I'm giving myself 15 minutes to my president.
No. I want them to film me. Just don't use this camera, okay? They won't. Hey, it's not on right now. So, maybe it is. The camera's recording all of our.
It's getting my dirty hair in it. And Zoe's fingers.
Stop. Really, take a breath. Be calm. There's more people? No.
Or did they?
They're just coming up. Now that
so they're coming from where my
10-4. Hey, if I can get at least a minute or so, I need to jack my sticks up.
So this is the front row seat that we're able to give you at this moment. This is the presidential motorcade visiting just outside Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta. A landmark that we understand is about to change here in the pretty near future. But for right now, it is home to a presidential visit. And the neighborhood is there as well. Just a few moments ago, we were able to kind of pan over and see the neighborhood lining the streets as well, and plenty of security along the route, as this is one of 2 anticipated stops, or possibly even more, but we do know that he is going to be speaking at a Democratic fundraiser before leaving Atlanta this afternoon. And we will stream certainly as much of this as we are able to and bring it to you live as he navigates around Atlanta. You're watching live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live.
he leaves here. They go to Motorcade? That's good. So you sell better.
You know Dan Powell?
Is he waving?
My wife, David. Oh, no. She told me to seek you out and say hi.
Thank you for streaming along with us this afternoon. You're watching continued live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta. President Obama in the building you see there on your screen, Manuel's Tavern, as the motorcade continues to collect out front on his way to his second destination this afternoon, which we understand is a Democratic fundraiser that he'll be attending on behalf of the DNC this afternoon. When the president leaves this location, we will take you back to a live shot of Air Force One waiting on the tarmac as we continue to kind of follow along with his journey throughout the streets of Atlanta this afternoon. The president is expected to leave town between 5:30 and sometime late this afternoon, so it will impact your afternoon travel, and we'll certainly keep you updated not only here on the live stream to follow movements throughout the town, but also on our Twitter account at Skyfox Traffic. We'll help you navigate and let you know kind of the best routes to take and what roads are closed and what impacts could be on your travel this afternoon. But in the meantime, we'll stay with this shot just as long as we have it available to us here before the president departs. And you're watching live coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live.
Hey, that's what you get for being married to a journalist.
And she said, better, throw a flash.
Yeah, I couldn't find the shuttle park. But I couldn't find it. Yeah, I don't think yeah, I'm just gonna ask yeah, he said we can't eat right now. I told you that before.
Follow in your mom's footsteps. Hey, you're welcome. A sneaker, what? A singer. Same thing. Of course you know. Know your name, go ahead and get a picture of the windows right there on the corner. Hey, Leo, come here. I guess that's the actual spot, right? If you walk down there. Thank you. Hey, Doc. You get the Motorcade. Guys, who's in charge? You're going to stay there, the Atlanta. This guy. That guy right there with the glasses on. Okay, I got you. Call him Prescott. Call him the Godfather. That's the Godfather. That's the only thing I've been around alone. Can we take your picture? Get an autograph? Absolutely.
I wish I brought an umbrella.
You'll be all right.
I wish I brought a hat.
Oh, Gabby is coming here, but Gabby doesn't have a cell phone. They probably can't, wherever she is, she probably can't take care of her. Because they have the roads that's blocked off all, they have certain So we could get here, probably.
Right, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Even though it's an honor, but absolutely. You know, I drive. You know.
What is that? Yeah, he's like crash parties too. He's my hero. I don't remember why. Bill Murray. I'm a chief commander of the computer. She's the commander of I hear a turtle. Oh, they're taking groups up? That's cute. I'm good. No one ever picks me for editing.
Oh my gosh, you got your kitty over here.
right here.
More people?
We appreciate you streaming along with us this afternoon on Fox 5 Live. If you've been watching here on your screen, just a few moments ago we saw some folks being chosen from the onlookers there to actually go inside and, we believe, to meet with the president and have some lunch there with him. So we've had some folks that have been actually see the Secret Service there near the fire truck. What they've done is gone up a couple of times to the crowd and invited some people back after a brief security scan, and then they go in there to the tavern there to what we can understand to have a little bite to eat with the president of the United States. So some of the neighborhood able to come down to the tavern to see what the excitement was, to watch the presidential motorcade arrive, and then you can imagine their excitement and surprise when a few of them were actually allowed to come in and dine with the president. That's got to be a unique honor for them. So that's a little bit about what's happening here on your screen. This is live as it happens outside Emmanuel's Tavern here in Atlanta. Presidential visit. From here, he's going to head to a Democratic fundraiser back downtown, we understand, and then we'll depart later on this afternoon. And we will bring you as much live coverage of his activities here in Atlanta as certainly as we are able to do. Thank you for streaming along with us. You're watching the presidential visit to Atlanta on Fox 5 Live.
Right there. Okay? On the sidewalk.
That's right.
I know, man. Yeah. But they do, I seen it a couple of times.
I'm sorry? Or maybe an auto pen.
I'm not sure.
Auto pen.
This way.
What do you mean? What's auto pen?
He didn't really sign it.
Yes.
The machine did it for him.
There's what's it? Then he's going to stay down in that area. I'm not sure if they're going to make it place in the shapes of they're going to be coming to the left and turn here down this way, turn left, come back this way down. Yeah.
What were they chicken flavors?
Yeah, the same way we came, but they just went around the back of the side of the car.
Huh? Oh, yeah, so?
Come up
It's not very well. It's still training. It's not. Yeah.
It's possible.
I said that.
Why else would they have?
Never seen that door open?
Yeah. I think they might make it acceptable.
I got scared. I thought he was over there behind us.
You want to come over? Arms or we are red. Because sometimes your veins are blood. That's not crazy. The hierarchy. Okay. Our blood cells
Hello. Why would they do all this too? This way. There we go. He's coming out the front. Right into the Sorry. Yeah, right. Good shot at the mark, but that's about it.
Oh my goodness. Come right here. I think what it's going to do is hard just in front of the fire. And so what I'm trying to do is not just take fire truck and turn it around that way.
It's going right into the street.
They can't start to come out?
No, right here.
Oh,
You guys got on the wrong corner.
Stone California. Hello? Hello? Yes. I don't think I need to 35 grand or an hour. I don't think I back to college where the professor would use a full professor to wait 10 minutes, adjunct 5 minutes, instructors 2 minutes, president at least 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, thank you for joining us and streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live. My name is Will Nunley. I'm here in our studios in Atlanta, joined with Jennifer Banks, who just returned from Georgia Tech.
Right. Crowded. Very packed crowd. The auditorium usually holds about 8,600 people. I would tell you it was jam-packed up there. They had students there, staff. Everyone was really excited for President Obama's visit. Spoke to one student who said they were so honored to have him here and talk about topics that are really important to them. Some of them coming out of school, graduating this year, and they are going to have some student loans that they have to pay off, and they're concerned about that. And it was a relief to them to hear what President Obama, has to say about it and his plan.
We were hearing the crowds were lined up since, midnight, I guess, to get in the door. I mean, it seems like the students that wanted to be there really wanted to be there. They were an enthusiastic crowd.
Yeah, I talked to a couple students, they were sitting out there for hours. You're not allowed to bring big bags in. You go through these security checkpoints, so you need to be careful what you bring in. No umbrellas, no big bags. You're going to get in there and they're going to sweep you. So if it rains out there, some of them, it was sprinkling a little bit, so a little bit of sprinkles, and they were stuck out there. But everyone was in really great spirits. They were excited for his visit.
Did you feel the energy, I guess, when he walked into the room?
Absolutely, yeah. I've covered the president 2 other times, but the energy from the staff and the students, they were so excited. The Georgia Tech band was there playing. They were really excited to play for him. The mayor was there. He said thank you for, Nathan Deal, Mayor Reed showing up and showing their support for him being there. Just a great energy coming from the crowd. And it's great to see in this day and age a lot of the picture taking and tweeting going on.
It seemed like a very personal experience,
Yes.
especially with the people who were up close there. As personal as it could be, I guess.
Definitely.
We're looking live here at the outside of Manuel's Tavern downtown. Have you ever been there?
I have.
You have?
I was surprised that was where he picked to go, but...
Well, tell me about that. I haven't been there before, so tell us, for those of us who are watching that have not been inside, what's the experience like? What's the menu like? What do you remember?
Oh, gosh. It's more of like a laid-back setting. Bar food, I would say, something like that. It is one of the highlights of Atlanta. If someone was visiting here, I would tell them to go check that spot out. Virginia Highlands is such a cool, small little spot.
Yeah.
That's why I was surprised he went there.
Well, apparently he got the word. He got the word that you would have passed along. So he's there right now checking things out. So you see the Secret Service kind of continuing their sweep. And we actually saw a few moments ago, well, about 30 minutes ago now or more, some members of the public who were gathered outside actually invited in. So the Secret Service actually invited some folks in to go in and dine with the president, which has to be kind of an impromptu, awesome thing for them to experience, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, as the president landed, it was great to see how the crowd really cheered. I mean, they were super excited to watch him up on the prompter there and seeing him land. And then they knew within moments he's going to be here, and they were just so excited.
Oh, so the tech actually streamed or showed the landing as well.
Yes,
then.
they did, and they were super excited, which is great because then you're waiting there, and sometimes he's late, but he was only a few minutes late this time. But the energy just kept going. It wasn't like they burnt out and they were sick of waiting. So
yeah, absolutely. So you're streaming along with us, seeing everything as it happened. You're watching Fox 5 Live, continuing coverage of the presidential visit here to Atlanta. The president's motorcade parked outside Manuel's Tavern. What are do you have? I think I asked you this earlier, but do you remember kind of what's on the menu? You said just kind of like burgers and fries type all American
barbecue type of food.
Okay.
I mean, it's a pretty popular place.
Well, he's been in there for a minute, so I think he's trying some of the menu.
Maybe
there.
Getting some takeout too.
Maybe because this has been a pretty hefty stop for the president this afternoon. We understand that he has one more stop, a Democratic National Committee fundraiser that he'll be attending, and then it's going to be Wheels Up later this afternoon. Yeah. Certainly, that's going to be an impact on travel this afternoon. So folks want to stay close to Skyfox Traffic. If you follow us on Twitter there at Skyfox Traffic, we'll keep you updated on his journey and his route. But this has been the scene now for more than an hour. We're going on possibly about an hour and a half now. He has been here at the Tavern taking a lunch, and I guess this is one of those things that he probably just enjoys the chance.
Yeah,
to
I mean,
when you get
every
an
time he
hour or two
comes,
for
he
lunch.
does do a stop. Last time he went to Varsity,
Yeah,
and I think that was great for the people who are already there And then to see him there, they were super surprised and super excited. And I think that's the best part of his visits, is he always makes some type of stop.
The crowd that you saw today at Tech, primarily, or pretty much everybody, students? Did you see different sections of dignitaries and folks in the community, or was this a student-focused student rally, you think?
I saw a lot of staff too, but mostly students, and they were super excited. I saw a lot of volunteers as well for the White House, and just talking about the crowds and getting people in. Secret Service is always there doing their sweeps,
sure.
and that's always kind of cool to see. The dogs sniffing the bags, things like that, the things that you go through to get into the building. But one person also mentioned it was kind of like they were coming there to see a game, an event, something
Wow.
that that's how much energy was in there.
Wow, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us. This is Jennifer
absolutely.
Banks, everybody. She was just in the arena there at Georgia Tech earlier this afternoon as the president delivered his speech there to a packed house, a very excited house. And thank you for sharing your experience. And you can kind of go back and look more at Jennifer's experience on our main Fox 5 Twitter account at Fox 5 Atlanta. So we're going to stay with this picture for as long as the president is there at Manuel's Tavern, and we'll have his departure from here shortly. You're watching continuing coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live. streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live as we continue to bring you live coverage, streaming live coverage of the presidential visit to Atlanta this afternoon. We have a bit more activity now outside of Manuel's Tavern in Atlanta, where the president has been for more than an hour now. We're going on about an hour and a half. The presidential motorcade kind of making an unannounced stop by Manuel's this afternoon. We can imagine he's been enjoying some lunch inside. Also had the chance to meet with some of the neighbors in the neighborhood who actually came and kind of lined up around the outside to meet with him earlier today. So we know that he's been there for upwards of an hour now, kind of communicating with them, having some lunch, having a good time, and appears to now be on the move here shortly. We understand that he's going to be going downtown for a fundraiser for the Democratic National Committee. A DNC fundraiser is what we understand is the next stop on his agenda before he departs later on this afternoon. And we'll, of course, cover that departure here for you live as well on Fox 5 Live. But here you can see the activity now kind of starting to increase outside of the tavern as the motorcade, and they have the press pool that has been covering his entrance and exit here as well. And now they're anticipating the president's departure here. So let's listen in and continue to stream the coverage here with the president visiting Atlanta today, a popular eatery, popular spot downtown, Manuel's Tavern. So let's listen in kind of to the atmosphere here as he continues his departure from the tavern. And it appears now that the presidential motorcade is on the move, leaving the tavern. You can kind of hear the crowd cheering there with excitement as he passes by. A wave and a smile, of course. We will stay with this for just a little while longer, but certainly before too long here, the motorcade will be out of sight as the president, from what we understand, is going to be now headed downtown. Quite an impressive motorcade, as always, of vehicles accompanying the president. We understand that the president's next stop being downtown. And this is kind of what we're taking a look at right now, is outside the Hyatt Regency in downtown Atlanta, while we kind of fine-tune the shot here for you. So stand by with us while we get our crew going there. Stay with us here as we fine-tune our shot and get our crew in place there, and we'll return to our streaming coverage, our picture shortly. You're watching streaming coverage of the presidential visit on Fox 5 Live. And as you look live now down at downtown Atlanta, we have the motorcade now arriving to what I believe is the Hyatt Regency in downtown for the president's next stop on his agenda, the Democratic fundraiser. Quite a crowd gathered downtown as well. This is the last official stop that he has planned on his journey through Atlanta, is this fundraiser, and then it will be wheels up at the airport, and we will continue our coverage from there, certainly as he begins his departure here from Atlanta. We don't have cameras inside this particular event. This is more of a closed, private fundraising event for the president, but certainly as he makes his departure from Atlanta, we will continue our live coverage from there. So stream along with us. We will alert you on Twitter when we pick up our stream of the president departing the airport. You're watching live Fox 5 Live coverage of the president's visit to Atlanta. Stay with us.
more accessible for millions of students. Good evening to you. I'm Sine Simpson.
Hello, welcome everybody. I'm Tom Haynes. We've been following the president's visit to Atlanta throughout the day, and tonight our team coverage continues.
Fox 5's Deidre Dukes live at Georgia Tech. Chris Shaw is live in downtown Atlanta, and Angelique Proctor is at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport.
Let's begin with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes. And Deidre, President Obama was at Georgia Tech to talk up a plan that he says will make college more affordable and make student loans easier to manage.
And addressing the crowd today, he said that the nation must make education a high priority. He spoke to students specifically, saying that they must see their education as the best investment for them and for the country's future.
America needs to be a place where higher education has to be available for every single person who's willing to strive for it, who's willing to work for it.
President Obama urging Georgia Tech students to support the Student Aid Bill of Rights, his ongoing initiative to make quality higher education more affordable.
Higher education's never been more important, but it's also never been more expensive. The average undergrad who borrows money to pay for college graduates with about $28,000 in student loan debt. That's just the average. Some students end up with a lot more than that.
Nearly 10,000 students, staff, and dignitaries packed Tech's McCamish Pavilion Tuesday afternoon, where the president laid out his plan that would make it possible for Americans to afford college without being saddled with huge debt. The president told the crowd lawmakers are tackling the problem from every angle, stressing there is no, quote, silver bullet. The president's memorandum clamping down on companies serving student loans is part of that effort.
Earlier today, I took a new action to make it easier for students to pay for college and pay off their loans. We're creating a way for you to ask questions about your loans, file a complaint, cut through the bureaucracy, get a faster response. That's not just from the government, that's also from the contractors. We're going to require that the businesses that service your loans provide clear information about how much you owe, what your options are for repaying it, and if you're falling behind, help you get back in good standing.
Once you're in the workplace, that's the last thing you really want to worry about is your student loans.
Students we spoke with praised the president's plan. Even those here on scholarship empathize with classmates struggling to stay in school.
I know someone who recently had to, they had some financial issues and they had to drop right out of college because they just couldn't pay for it.
The president is stressing during his speech that this has to be a bipartisan effort, that Democrats and Republicans would have to work together on this to make this plan a success. And there were several noted dignitaries in the audience today, including Republican Governor Nathan Deal and Atlanta Mayor Kasim Reed. Reporting from Georgia Tech, I'm Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Deidre, thanks. One of the trappings of being president. Check out the motorcade on the downtown connector, shot by our radio partner, News Radio 106.7, headed toward Georgia Tech earlier this afternoon. There it rolls. That road shut down to make way for the president, but as you can see, drivers headed outbound got a peek at the motorcade. Well, after his stop at Georgia Tech, the next official event was an appearance at a DNC fundraiser in downtown Atlanta.
And Fox 5's Chris Shaw is there. Chris, we know you're getting ready to hear from the president, but before he made that stop, I understand he got a little lunch at an Atlanta landmark.
He did, and that was an unexpected stop, and that unexpected stop provided really for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a lot of the president's supporters. A different kind of an opportunity for the folks who are downtown right now. Take a live look. A few folks still around, but about 15 minutes ago, there were a good 200 people here with their cell phones out, ready to take a picture as the president's motorcade came through downtown Atlanta. Let's go to some of the video, because some of these folks waited here a couple of hours just to get that glimpse, that 10-15 second glimpse of the president's motorcade as it came here to downtown Atlanta and the Hyatt Hotel. The president is here for a Democratic national fundraiser. The folks who are going to that fundraiser are paying high dollar to get a little FaceTime with the president, but the folks out here, they didn't have to pay anything, and they didn't get a lot of FaceTime either. They got a quick glimpse of him as he came in. Again, that was just about 15 minutes ago. The president's first stop today, as we heard from Deidre Dukes, was at Georgia Tech. He met with Governor Nathan Deal. The governor came to the event at Georgia Tech because the president invited him. The governor's office telling us that the two talked about the Port of Savannah. The governor thanked him for that. The governor also thanked the president for recognition that he has given the state of Georgia for criminal justice reform. After Georgia Tech, the president made that unexpected trip to Manuel's Tavern in northeast Atlanta, and of course that is a iconic place, especially in Democratic politics in the state of Georgia. He met with some folks there, and actually the huge group of people that were waiting outside to just get that glimpse of the president. A couple of them actually got called in. The Secret Service came in, picked them out of the crowd, and they got to go in and meet the president.
I wish I was up there. I would love to shake his hand, you know, and telling him that I'm glad he's the president.
I wanted to be here so that I could at least say I saw the motorcade too. But it's really exciting. I work in the SunTrust building, so, you know, just couldn't miss this opportunity to just be a part of the energy.
Again, the president meeting all kinds of different people, some of them surprised, some of them got the brief glimpse that they were looking for. Again, right now he's in at a fundraiser here at the Hyatt, and from here he will head to the airport. Reporting live in downtown Atlanta, Chris Shaw, Fox 5 News.
All right, speaking of that trip to the airport, Chris, we can all expect some serious delays between downtown and Hartsfield-Jackson this evening as that presidential motorcade makes its way through. Of course, we'll have a live update on the traffic conditions coming up in just a few minutes.
President Obama arrived at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport just before 12:30 this afternoon, stepping off Air Force One with Congressman Hank Johnson.
Well, Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is live tonight. And Angelique, a big crowd was there earlier today to welcome the president. So how are things looking out there now as he gets ready to wrap up this visit?
Well, right now, Sine, I see White House staffers as well as the Secret Service and two students. They're actually journalism students from Georgia State. You can see, though, Air Force One behind me. It's been in sort of this ready for action mode ever since the president stepped off of it. We've heard the constant engines all afternoon. But when he arrived here earlier today, there was a crowd of about 50 people, many of whom could hardly contain their excitement. Air Force One touched down 4 minutes early at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. President Barack Obama waved as he emerged from the famous jet, with a familiar face right behind him. Congressman Hank Johnson from the 4th District in DeKalb County also greeted the crowd. Fulton County Commission Chair John Eves and Congressman David Scott. Then the president made a stroll across the tarmac to meet with VIP visitors. The White House allowed about 50 people to meet the president. They were allowed to snap a photo, shake hands, or even sneak a kiss from Mr. Obama, as photographers clamored for photos and Secret Service kept a close eye. In a matter of minutes, the pleasantries were over and the president made his way to the motorcade, ready for a day's work. And what a busy day's work it's been. You're looking at the door that the president actually goes in and out of. You can see it's closed now. Air Force One, of course, 3 levels, 4,000 square feet, and it includes a medical suite. Now, the president is expected to board the plane and take off at 6:05. We will be here and have the very latest for you. Reporting live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Air Force One, always an impressive sight. Angelique, thanks. Stay with Fox 5 News for continuing coverage of President Obama's visit to Atlanta. You can also follow updates on our YouTube channel and Facebook and Twitter pages. Just look for us under Fox 5 Atlanta. There is breaking news to tell you about in northwest Atlanta tonight. A man has been shot to death at a grocery store.
That happened late this afternoon at the Kroger store in the 700 block of Ponce de Leon Avenue Northeast. Fox 5's George Franco is live with the very latest on what we know at this hour about this deadly shooting. George?
Well, Sine and Tom, the Atlanta Police homicide investigators cleared the scene here behind this Kroger store in Ponce de Leon just a little while ago, and they were centering their investigation where you see that small APD car right now. That was where a truck belonging to a construction crew was parked, and that is the center of the investigation. An eyewitness told us he and the victim were on the embankment finishing cleanup work on a bridge adjacent to the Beltline when they noticed a man had gotten inside their company truck. He said both approached the truck, the victim getting there first and slapping at the window. He says that's when the perpetrator, the gunman, fired a shot from inside the truck, striking and killing the man.
And all I saw was a gun come up and boom, shot him.
Was this in the passenger or the driver's side? Or?
Driver's side.
Okay.
Did you recognize that person? Do you have any idea why this occurred?
Speculation. I'm assuming he was trying to steal the vehicle.
There is a black, appears to be a BMW, dark tinted windows, sunroof, and possibly having a drive-out tag. And so we're asking anyone that see that vehicle to give us a call.
Give them a call if you see the vehicle. They are also hoping to get some help from surveillance cameras that are posted outside of this Kroger store. The eyewitness, Mr. Shelton, told me he ran after that black 3 Series BMW but could not get the license plate number. He also says the man who was killed was a friend of his, a construction worker, he says, from Alabama, who is a father of 4 and is married. His name has not yet been released. Reporting live tonight in Atlanta, I'm George Franco, Fox 5 News.
George, thank you. New at 5 tonight. New details in yesterday's deadly officer-involved shooting in DeKalb County. We've learned the man that was shot and killed, Anthony Hill, served in the Air Force. Witnesses say Hill, who was naked, charged at police officers before he was shot and killed. And tonight, DeKalb County police have identified the officer involved in the shooting as Officer Robert Olson. Coming up, you'll hear from one of Hill's family members who believes his time spent serving in Iraq played a role in what happened yesterday.
We have a live look outside right now from our Fox 5 tower cam. This warmer weather is great, but we just need some sunny skies to go along with it.
Let's check in with Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Shanley.
Well, it looks like the clouds are winning out today. We've had a few showers out there, but very, very warm temperatures. And on Fox 5 Live, Viper monitoring some pretty good showers and now thunderstorms there in central Alabama. And just ahead, we'll put a forecast track on that and see when they kind of roll into North Georgia and really see when our rain risk goes higher and the temperatures go a little lower. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, David, we'll see you then. Thanks. Coming up next here at 5, Goat Napped. How plans for a creative prom proposal led to the arrest of 3 teens.
Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Mic check 1 2 3 4.
Shot and killed by police.
Well, tonight, the family of Anthony Hill is talking to Fox 5. Nathalie Pozo with our partner News Radio 106.7 joins us now. And Nathalie, Hill's cousin believes what happened yesterday can actually be tied to the time he spent serving overseas.
That's exactly right, Sine. I spoke with Anthony Hill's cousin earlier today, who tells me he was a smart, insightful person with a passion for music, and his mental illness stemmed from his time overseas in Iraq while he served in the Air Force. Members of different groups fighting for justice gathered at the DeKalb County Commission chambers today to express their outrage in this officer-involved shooting.
System is guilty as hell.
Folks fighting for justice.
To express outrage.
Speaking out Tuesday at the DeKalb County Commission meeting.
So I call on you, DeKalb County, look into this case. Anthony Hill, he was killed the day after Bloody Sunday. We have a Bloody Monday here in DeKalb County.
DeKalb County police say Officer Robert Olson shot and killed 27-year-old Anthony Hill. Police say the unarmed, naked man charged at Officer Olson at the Heights at Chamblee apartment complex Monday. Investigators say Olson fired 2 shots, killing Hill.
We understand that the officer that shot Anthony Hill yesterday had a taser and pepper spray on his person when this happened, and why those were not used prior to bringing a firearm out and shooting a mentally ill man who was an Air Force veteran. That's puzzling to us.
During Tuesday's meeting, many were stunned when Commissioner Larry Johnson said he had not heard about the shooting.
And keep the commissioner abreast from that district at which this incident happened, and then give the Board of Commissioners a full report on where we are, because I had not heard about it, but I'm just hearing about it now, but we need to make sure that that's taken care of.
The entire investigation has been handed over to the GBI.
With Ferguson and things that have transpired around the country, we know people are on pins and needles about police-involved shootings, and I take that very seriously. And I want our public to know that we take that very seriously, and we will be very open and transparent.
These young organizers say they continue to fight, hoping to give light to these occurrences and bring change.
And we want to make sure that we are putting into place policies and protocols to make sure that cops are humanizing the people that they are responding to.
And again, DeKalb County Public Safety Director Dr. Cedric Alexander has handed off the entire investigation to the GBI in what he says is in the full interest of transparency. Tom Finney.
And Nathalie, these organizations are also fighting for yet another man who was shot and killed by a police officer.
Yeah, so this is the second officer involved in a shooting in the last 3 months in DeKalb County, a man by the name of Eric Davis, who these organizers are also fighting for. They say that they're afraid it's going to become a pattern in DeKalb County, so that's why they continue their fight and now speaking out for both of these young men.
All right. Nathalie, thanks so much.
Well, 10 days until the official start of spring.
Yeah, some spots already got a taste today, with temperatures creeping close to 80 degrees, though.
So let's check in with Fox 5 Storm Team Chief Meteorologist David Chandler. David?
Yeah, certainly has that spring feel out there, no doubt about it. Temperatures well above the average, and as you mentioned, some areas brushing 80 degrees. Let me show you Fox 5 Live Viper. We had a couple showers early on over toward Athens. They've moved away, but I have my eye on that line of showers next door in Alabama with a few embedded thunderstorms that want to try to roll our way during the evening hours and at least eclipse part of northwest Georgia. For the rest of us, it is just warm. Check this out. We're at 77 right now, 78 for the most part down on the south side, and even some low 80s down there in places like LaGrange and Thomaston. Look at that. That's 78 in Griffin, 79 over in Eatonton, 74 in Athens. A little cooler up to the north and to the east of the clouds, a little thicker. They did get a little hint of sunshine down there on the south side. 83 in LaGrange. That is just wild. All right, this evening, cloudy, a few showers, but for the most part, the clouds. Remember, the sun setting later, daylight saving time, of course, past the 7 o'clock hour and into the upper 60s into the evening hours. And as we go forward, watch how mild we stay. There go a few showers across extreme North Georgia. That'll be 9, 10 o'clock tonight. And then we see a few more early tomorrow morning. I'm mapping out another really warm day and a really wet day for us. We'll show you that coming up in just a few minutes.
Rush hour. Congestion really starting to build at this hour as you head into Fulton County on Georgia 400. It's going to be a 17-minute ride from 285 to Old Milton Parkway. The top end eastbound from Georgia 400 to I-85 taking 29 minutes. The top end westbound from Georgia 400 to I-75, 18 minutes. And we do have a traffic alert for you tonight. Right now, the downtown connector shut down as the president's motorcade moves through the city. Drivers being urged to take an alternate route. This as the president makes his way back to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. We're going to let you know as soon as the interstate reopens.
say take a look at the aircraft.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for streaming along with us here on Fox 5 Live as we continue our live coverage of the presidential visit here to Atlanta. I'm Will Nunley here at our studios in Atlanta, where we've been kind of keeping track of the president and his journey throughout today. You can see Air Force One there on the tarmac, and in just a few moments we will see the motorcade approach Air Force One, and the president will depart after a pretty long trip. He's been here at least half the day here so far with us at various points throughout Atlanta. So this is the shot that we'll keep up for you here until the president actually departs with Air Force One. We have our Angelique Proctor, who is actually on the tarmac as well, and let's listen in.
Motorcade will be here any minute now after a full day of activities. Take a look at Air Force One. It is clearly one of the main attractions here. Just an awesome airplane. It's a 747, 3 floors. It spans some 4,000 square feet and also has a medical unit on it. Now, the president is wrapping up his visit in Atlanta. We actually got a little surprise when he jumped off earlier. Congressman Hank Johnson was on the airplane with him, and that surprise saw. We had lots of politicians who greeted him here, Kasim Reed, as well as Fulton County Commission Chairman John Eves and Congressman David Scott, all shaking hands with the president. And then it was off for all of his visits at Georgia Tech. He, of course, had a private meeting today with Governor Nathan Deal, where they talked about the Savannah port and funding there, as well as criminal justice reform. It's been a very busy day. We heard about that surprise visit to Manuel's Tavern and, of course, that highbrow Democratic fundraiser. I am told that the president should be in D.C. tomorrow to sort of take a day or time to relax after this very involved visit. Of course, we will be here and have the very latest for you once he arrives here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Reporting live, I'm Angelique Proctor. Back to you.
All right, that was Fox 5's Angelique Proctor there on the tarmac just outside of Air Force One. And we understand now that the president's motorcade is en route. It'll be cutting through the downtown connector area there and then moving out towards the airport for a landing here with Air Force One here momentarily. And certainly we will bring you all of that live as he approaches. Let's take you back out there on the ground to the tarmac. You can see this live picture here. This is the camera that you just saw Angelique on. And there you can see the preparations underway. The gate is down, the door's open, and the walkway is extended there as they prepare for the president to arrive here momentarily. Lots of logistics go into a visit like this, not only the Air Force One that you see there, but certainly plane loads of specialized vehicles that make up the motorcade arrive well ahead of his trip to make up what is a lot of logistics that go into this type of visit from the President of the United States. He has visited 3 points throughout the day, the first of that being Georgia Tech, and then a visit by Manuel's Tavern. Finally, his fundraiser downtown at the Hyatt, and ending up here, back for Wheels Up at the airport. We will stream along with you here, and I'll be joining you again in just a few moments when we have the presidential motorcade come into view. You're watching live streaming coverage of the president visiting Atlanta on Fox 5 Live. And thank you for streaming along with us here. You're watching Fox 5 Live coverage of the President's departure at Hartsfield-Jackson. If you saw in the background there, at the top left-hand corner of your screen, you saw the motorcade actually arriving there just a few moments ago, kind of starting to appear in the background there. They're going to circle around the building, and then you will see the motorcade appear there in front of Air Force One. Probably not the same fanfare that we saw for the arrival just a few hours ago when the President first arrived and actually greeted supporters along the tarmac. This will likely be more of just packing up and getting out of town, because certainly he has a long flight ahead of him, as you can imagine, and so this will just be a swift kind of departure here from the tarmac there on the ground at Hartsfield-Jackson. So what we're going to do is take you back on the ground. We have our crew there, Angelique Proctor, helping to lead our coverage. Our crew there on the ground. This is a camera that'll give you a little bit of closer perspective, so we will listen in with her here in just a few moments. Thumbs up that the motorcade is now arriving there on the tarmac, so let's take you back overhead, and you can see the vehicles approaching there shortly. And there they are, kind of starting to move around Air Force One. On the ground there you can see the presidential limo arriving right there. This concludes one of 3 stops that the President has taken throughout Atlanta today. The first being, of course, at Georgia Tech, speaking to a packed house between 7,000 and 10,000 people in attendance for his speech today at Georgia Tech. From there, an unexpected stop at Manuel's Tavern, local landmark. Understood that he did enjoy some sweet tea while he was there. Also gave an interview to a publication and met with some young people as well. And then finally at a private Democratic fundraiser in downtown. There you can see the presidential motorcade as it approaches Air Force One. In typical fashion, the President will likely hop out, give a quick smile and wave, and hop on the staircase you can see there and actually depart here in Atlanta. Then it's wheels up pretty swiftly from that point as he makes his departure from Atlanta. There you can see the President in his limousine as he is expected to get out here in just a second. Looks like the doors are opening. You can see kind of the massive, heavy doors that are that guard the casing of that incredible vehicle that the President uses when he travels on the ground. President having a little bit of a discussion there. And here the President is leaving his presidential limousine, heading up the staircase. From here we're expected to get a wave and a smile as he departs Hartsfield-Jackson on his way back to D.C. And there's a smile and the wave, and the President has boarded Air Force One for his travels back to D.C. In just a few moments, we'll see the wheels up as he makes his departure. You're watching live coverage on Fox 5 Live. Here's an additional perspective for you as we take you overhead there to our airport camera. You can see some of the logistics and the crew still working. There's staff and personnel that are entering, as well as some of the press that travels with him, so the press corps that travels with the President as well when he's in the air, entering Air Force One through the back of the plane, as well as a few more personnel entering there from the main door that we saw the President board just a few moments ago. Two different perspectives here. This one from farther away, as you can see kind of the logistics still taking place and personnel boarding the back of Air Force One. Pretty rapid process here if you consider all that's going on.
Okay, you know what? You just talked to me and I was...
We can see the last of the personnel kind of entering the back of Air Force One there. And with that, the main cabin door is closed. That's the door we just saw the president enter just a few moments ago. The staircase backing away. So in wasting no time at all, the staff will then begin to, the crew will kind of, on the ground there, will back away from Air Force One. Shortly we will see the rear door close there, as it appears that a lot of the crew has finished boarding there in the back of the plane as well. The limousine is moving away from the aircraft, and here in a very short time we will see the departure of Air Force One. We'll take you here once again on the ground, on the tarmac there. You can see the pilot and crew as they are doing their final checks before they are wheels up here at Hartsfield-Jackson. There's the door that we just saw a lot of the crew and staff entering just a few moments ago, now closing. So from here, it's everybody take your seats as they prepare for takeoff. Air Force One now in motion. Let's see if we can listen in a little bit. This is our ground camera here. Angelique Proctor and crew hoping to get this image for us. You're looking at a live view of Air Force One as it prepares for departure at Hartsfield-Jackson. We'll take you overhead here and show you another view, another perspective. There's the plane right there on the tarmac. Air Force One now beginning its ascent. Air Force One is in the air, wheels up, as it departs Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. This will conclude our coverage today. We appreciate all of you who have streamed along with us throughout our coverage today, on air and online. Thank you for joining us for this special edition of Fox 5 Live.